15 seconds. I'll wait for you, Anthony. Here. Thank you. Let me know when you're ready, David. Good evening, everybody. It's Tuesday, July 5th, 2022. I'm Vincent Salimi. I'm the mayor of the city of Pinole. And with the city staff and the rest of the city council, I would like to welcome you to the regular city council meeting. Can you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance in honor of the U.S. military troop, please? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. I will then move on to item number 2, which is the land acknowledgement. Before we begin, we would like to acknowledge the Ohlone people who are the traditional custodian of this land. We pay our respect to the Ohlone elders, past and present and future, who call this place Ohlone land, the land that Pinole sits upon, their home. We are proud to continue their tradition of coming together and growing as a community. We thank the Ohlone community for their stewardship and support, and we look forward to strengthening our ties as we continue a relationship of mutual respect and understanding. Item number 3, roll call, city clerk. Report and statement of conflict. Good evening, Madam City Clerk.
Good evening, Mayor Salimi.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy.
Here.
Councilmember Tave.
Here.
Councilmember Toms. Here. Councilmember Martinez Rubin.
Here.
City Manager, noting for the record that City Manager Murray is absent. I'll call Chief Gain.
Here.
As acting, and City Attorney Casher.
Here.
Wonderful. Mayor and council, the agenda was posted on Thursday, July 30th at 4 PM with all legally required notices. No written comments were received in advance of the meeting. Does the council have any conflicts to report? That concludes my report. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Madam City Clerk. Then we'll move on to item number 4, which is convening to a closed session tonight. We'll have a conference with legal counsel existing litigation. And the name of the case will be the City of Pinole and LPG&E. Madam City Clerk, do we have any existing public comment on that item, please?
No public comments.
Excellent. It's 6:02. I will invite everybody to come back at 6:40. Thank you very much and see you shortly. Good evening, everybody. Thank you. Welcome back. I'm Vincent Salimi, Mayor of the City of Pinole. I welcome you back to the City Council and the city staff. We are actually resuming back from a closed session, which is item number 4. Item 5, we're convening in open session, and we do not have any reportable action tonight. Then I will move on to item number 6, which is citizen to be heard. Madam City Clerk, do you have any citizen who wish to talk tonight, please?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, in person, we have 2, Rafael Menez and Maria Alegria.
Please go ahead, Madam Alegria. We'll let you go first. Nice to see you here. And welcome.
Hear me okay? Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Honorable City Council. I'm here to speak as a citizen under an action that the council took on June 7th regarding your decision to include the Korea House in your CIP plan for 2022-2023. First of all, I want to thank Mayor Pro Tem Murphy and Councilmember Tave on your vote opposing the expenditure of $420,000 for the Korea House and $65,000 for the pocket parks on Galbraith Road in the Capital Improvement Project. Together, these expenditures are close to $500,000 for Measure S 2014 funding. This category does not meet the description in the CIP for this category, nor the intent of the measure passed by the voters in 2014. This funding description states that the 2014 tax uses have been allocated by the City Council to fund infrastructure projects that have their highest funding priority. I would like to remind you that Measure S was barely approved by the voters in 2014. You are using this tax as a slush fund for your pet projects. The language in the measure clearly stated that this local sales tax is to maintain essential police and fire services, to prevent the reduction in maintenance of city parks and streets, to prevent the reduction of youth, family, and senior recreational services. Mr. Mayor, please explain to the voters how these 2 projects qualify as an important infrastructure project when our parks and street paving lack maintenance and our youth and senior programs need funding. And finally, Mr. Mayor, I disagree with the city attorney's opinion that you do not have a conflict of interest in voting for the Korea House renovation. Any public money spent to renovate the Korea House, no matter how minimal, will increase the value of property that the city owns and the adjacent properties in the area. We need answers why you chose to recuse yourself on similar decisions in downtown Pinole, such as the historical overlay district and the sales of the redevelopment properties. Why is your vote to spend $420,000 for the Korea House renovation any different? Thank you and have a good evening.
Thank you, ma'am. We will have those 2 answers. We're getting back to you in regards to the Measure S. I believe we have the 2006 and 2014. And then we also will get back to you in regards to the conflict of interest. And just city attorney have ask you to get back to Madam Alegria, please. Thank you. Yes, please go ahead. Yes, please. Thank you, ma'am, for your comments again. Next citizen who would like to talk, please.
We have Rafael Menez, followed by Bob Kopp.
Greetings, Mayor, Council, staff, and members of the public. My name is Rafael Ness. I'm a resident of Pinole. And I'd like to make comments on a few items tonight. First off, I think it's reasonable to say that the expenditures on the pocket parks at Galbraith at least could reasonably be classified as the maintenance of a park. However terribly ramshackle the existing benches were, they were there, they were somewhat the city's liability, they were poorly maintained at risk. So the whole reason behind the expenditure on them was to try and bring them up to appropriate quality standards and maintain them. Secondly, with regards to the continued spread of COVID-19 in the community, over the past 2 weeks, Pinole has had 156 new cases of COVID-19. That gives us a case per, in the last 14 days per 100,000 count of 805.4, which is the second highest in the county, second only to Byron, which has a far smaller population than Pinole, and so it's somewhat skewed values for that particular variable. Therefore, I'd continue to encourage everyone to continue to wear masks indoors, especially in relatively crowded areas like grocery stores and so on, because we continue to have high levels of transmission. I'd like to talk a bit about yesterday, the 4th of July. Some people would argue that it's not worth celebrating, that there are setbacks, that there are challenges, that it only applies to some people, that the historical legacies attached to the 4th of July make it so that it's not worth everyone celebrating. I reject that. Because I think the most important thing about the 4th of July, relative to all the other holidays that we celebrate, is hope. We celebrate on the 4th of July our Declaration of Independence against the United Kingdom of Great Britain, a power at that time far greater than the United States, and a Declaration of Independence making claims and demands that we have yet to live up to and may never live up to. There are extraordinary demands: life, liberty, the pursuit of happiness, the equality of all people. But what matters is that we try. What matters is that on the 4th of July, and on every 4th of July since then, we remember that on that one day, and since then, we were willing to fight, to argue, to debate, to stand up for that hope, that independence that unites us as Americans. And that's worth remembering. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Cobb, good evening, sir. Please go ahead. Before you start, I wanted to thank you for the wonderful car show, sir, and everything that you have done.
Good evening, council. Thank you for letting me talk tonight. I want to talk a little bit about the Pinole Car Show. It came off as a big success. We didn't have any complaints hardly at all down there. We had a couple people that really don't understand safety. They didn't like the idea of the chief having the armored vehicle down there. They thought that was too militaristic. If they were smart enough to figure out, the chief put that down there. The fire chief put the fire truck at the far end for our safety walking down San Pablo Avenue. And the people aren't smart enough to figure that out, then maybe they don't need to come to the car show and stay home and worry about other things. The car show money is going to be dispersed between Pinole Senior Center, Pinole TV, Pinole Swim Center, Pinole Hercules Little League, and the Aid to Veterans. We're working right now with a couple of veterans organizations, and what we want to do, which is not the normal way, we don't believe in giving money to a big organization. We want to see that it goes to one individual person, so we know exactly where the money's going, not to a big CEO of the company. We want to give it right to an individual. We're trying to find one locally. preferably release are right around here. And if we find that person, we want to go in and find out what they need. They need new carpets. We'll hire somebody to put carpets in. If then the outside needs repair on that, we got a crew together and I got some more people we'll throw in. And we got a contact with Home Depot. They may match everything that we are going to donate and money wise. So as a whole, the car show was a great success. I've talked to business owners down there and they're real happy with, the crowd that was there and how much money they received, from the crowds and the citizens coming to our show. We're going to have it again next year. It'll be on June 25th. Same scenario as we've had before. And I want to thank the police chief for having the lieutenant that I got to work with. A great guy. He could be a personal friend to anybody. He has got a personality plus. And with him, working with him this year has been a godsend. Everything went according to what him and I talked about, what we agreed on. It came through 100% on everything. And I hope I can have him back next year as the person to deal with the car show. I also have a couple of plaques here I want to give out. My time's running out, but I got a plaque here for the city council. I have a plaque for the
Please
For the
continue.
chief.
I'll give you enough time to continue. What do you have to say, sir? Please continue.
Okay, I got a plaque for the fire department, police department, and the city council. I've already given one to Joe, head of maintenance. And we appreciate you guys letting us do what we do. And then you guys doing your job. It makes it real easy for us if we have people like this to work with. And I want to thank the council for coming up with the money so we can keep doing this every year. I think it is the biggest event in Pinole, if not second biggest. And we like to keep it on going. And I want to thank my crew. We had a fantastic crew that put this together. We started in February putting this show together. And we'll be doing the same thing next year. So I want to give you guys your plaques now. And thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Really appreciate it. It was a great event. Thank you. Thank you, Madam City Clerk. Do we have any other public comments?
Yes, we do have a couple on Zoom. We'll start with Debbie Long.
Good evening, Ms. Long. How are you?
Fine, thank you for asking. Good evening, council. The last meeting, I discovered that Devin Murphy was posting on his Facebook page during the council meeting. It gives me pause wondering how attentive to others he is and what else he might be using his electronic devices for. I know I appear to be singling out Pro Tem Murphy, and given that I want to give him the benefit of the doubt with his inexperience, that he may not be aware of all of the ins and outs of decorum. This happened previously with his campaign sign prominently displayed during a council Zoom meeting. When on the council, we'd been advised by legal counsel that it was our devices, if our devices were used, they could be subject to a public records request. Why? Because for all we know, the person on the device could be receiving information regarding the agenda that others are not privy to, or for that matter, being told how to vote. One of the problems over the last 2 years is that Zoom allows for a relaxing of these types of rules because they're not monitored, obviously. I would respectfully request that the city attorney review this with all the council members, and if necessary, the council add this to their ethics policy. And also before closing, I'd like to give kudos to Bob Kopp for his car show presentation. As always, he keeps raising the benchmark each year by doing a better and better job, and his presentation tonight was outstanding. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. City Attorney, if you can follow up on those 2 items to the rest of the council, I would appreciate it. Thank you. Any other public comments, please?
Yes, we have Peter Murray.
Good evening, sir. How are you?
And thank you. Good evening, council members. I would just like to speak on the matter that was discussed at the last council meeting regarding the 115 trust. And I want to just keep it short, but plain and simple is that trust was established to carry the city through the next 15 years or so with the undulations in the state's inability to control the CalPERS debts that occur. And we did that to protect the city and the city's finances. And I just want to reiterate what former council member and Mayor Long had spoken to in regards to that, and to validate it. In my mind, it was a lot of hard work that got us to where we were able to put that trust together, and to see it used for something other than is really disheartening. So thank you for allowing me to speak, and you have a good evening. Oh, real quick, fireworks were really well done. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. I believe Madam Finance Director will be providing a memo to the council regarding that Trust 115. And we'll be able to get back to the public as well. It is something that we take very seriously. And we'll have a conversation at the next city council. We will have a conversation about that specific subject soon. Thank you. Madam City Clerk, any other council public comments?
Yes, we do have one more telephone caller with the last 4 numbers, 5748. Can you please identify yourself and place of residence? Yes, can you please state your name?
Citizens and the senior community of Pinole. First have to say that Bob Kopp did an outstanding job, kudos as mentioned. And he'll probably try to top that next year, and we look forward to that. But on the opposite end of the spectrum, on behalf of other members of the community, have to go. It is saying that the fireworks show has been somewhat of a disappointment this year, unlike the previous years. And it didn't advertise with, without the help of the city of Hercules. It was a log jam down there at the foot of Tennant. People were confused and not sure what the work show was going to be. They pointed to the north east part of Hercules. And as I approached the area below the Pinole Senior Center and the bottom of the Seashore Creek side, as soon as the fireworks show started. And they told me they couldn't see over the big eucalyptus trees that hangs over a hillside there in front of the fireworks show, right next to or adjacent to Layla's Day Restaurant. Not that I'm giving them. The city of Pinole misled us, thinking it was going to be on somewhat of a the middle of the bay between Pinole and Hercules, or outside of Hercules on the bay, but it wasn't on any barge on the bay, so it could be viewed by everybody. And even I know what started out at a $30,000 to $50,000 by the city council probably ended up to be a police and fire and overtime we paid. A full review with the accounting of the cost of the event and to share this. And moving forward, I wouldn't want a similar type shared venue in the future for fireworks. We should have our own. And also, I'm going to ask that they use that public water treatment plant as a testing plant for the COVID cases, as well as the oncoming monkeypox disease, because it's very easy. I talked to an engineer and he said they could do it with the existing structure to have someone measure out the deposits into that wastewater treatment plant, whether it's bi-monthly or semi-monthly or weekly.
Thank you, sir.
So we get an accurate handle on what the numbers are there. And
Thank you. Any other citizen who wish to talk, please?
No, there are no more public comments.
Excellent. Then we'll move on to the next item on our list, which is item number 7, which is report and communication. I will start with the mayoral report. First of all, I would like to, it was Independence Day yesterday, so on behalf of the city and the citizen, I would like to celebrate that Independence Day. I also would like to congratulate Mr. Cobb for the beautiful car show that we had. And I also would like to have a moment of silence after I let Chief of Police talk about one of the citizens and a great community leader that we lost a couple of weeks ago, Mr. Nick Norton. Can you, Chief, if you don't mind, can you please talk about Mr. Norton and what he has done? And we'll have a moment of silence for him.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. It's with great sadness that I report out that one of our original policy members, Nick Norton, has passed. He was a member of the policy since its inception in 2018. He was beloved by everybody in the city, not just by our organization. And speaking with the family afterwards, we found out that we were loved as well by him. He'll be missed, and certainly his energy and his passion for helping the community will be missed by all. So our thoughts and prayers are with him, and we're working with the family when it comes to memorial service upcoming.
Do you know when the memorial service will be?
We do not have that information
Okay,
yet.
please let us know.
We will.
And if you don't mind, can you please all join me for a moment of silence in memory of Mr. Nick Norton, please? I will then move on to item number 7B, which is mayoral and city council appointments. We do not have any tonight. Item number 7C, which is city council committee report and communication. I will first start with city council member Martinez Ruben. Good evening, ma'am.
Good evening, Mayor Salini and council members and the public. There were two meetings that met in council. One of them was the West Cat special meeting on June 23rd. The board approved the proposed budget for 22-23. The Cost of Transportation Advisory Committee, WITAC, advisory to the Contra Costa County Transportation Authority, or CCTA, met. And among the items that were of interest and relevant to Pinole as well, were the board denied the request to reclassify STEM fees after a developer requested that they be modified given a project that they have in Richmond. And how that's pertinent to Pinole is that as a neighboring city, the number of trips that warehouse or distribution center in our neighboring city of Richmond affects our roads as well. And so the board listened to the developers' points as to their desire to reclassify so that they would save the cost of fees at approximately $500,000. However, their appeal was denied by the board, and what was most was that, again, the impact projects have and the interest in mitigating the negative impacts, not only in the city in which the project is developed, but neighboring cities as well. We probably will hear more of this as other cities statewide consider new projects, and in particular distribution centers or warehouses where a lot of semi trucks park and transfer merchandise from one location to another. Other matters of by WITAC board or compensation review, the interest in transportation demand management program. This program promotes alternatives to the single occupant vehicle transportation. It manages the 511 project that's coordinated by the 4 regional vision planning committees in Contra Costa. And it encourages green commutes. And among the updates that we received were projects that give commuters options, including carpooling, vanpooling, telecommuting, biking, public transit. And as examples are the countywide guaranteed ride home program and a bicycle rack program. So more to be learned about this through the year. Thank you for that. And everyone stay safe and continue masking in close spaces and be well.
Thank you, Councilmember Martinez Ruben. Mayor Pro Tem Murphy, good evening, sir. Loud and clear.
Oh, great. Well, good evening, everyone. Mayor Pro Tem Devin Murphy here. A couple of updates. First and foremost, I wanted to certainly stick to, I think, what is a theme around just staying healthy and safe. I am not in the council chambers because I am not feeling the best tonight. So I wanted to make sure to keep my colleagues and our city staff, of course, and our members of public who attend safe. So please continue to mask and do your best to just keep each other protected and safe, given the bigotry and hatred of the world, and also just so much out there. I wanted to, in addition, amplify a few things. I've announced before that I serve on both the executive committee and the technical committee for our MCE Clean Energy. Recently, we actually, the technical committee passed and established a partnership with an EV charging software firm called EV Energy. The partnership is really exciting, particularly I think for Pinoleans, as I'm seeing a lot more electric vehicles across the city. We've now released something called the MCE Sync app. which is actually something you can download on iOS on your iPhone or on Android. And it's essentially a hassle-free way for electric vehicle drivers to charge off-peak hours and save money without any additional special hardware. So with California gas prices going up, averaging, I think, over like $6 per gallon, going electric and then those who are going electric and of course charging during off-peak hours could save California drivers over $1,000 per year. Of course, versus gasoline, which I don't even want to, I don't drive a gasoline vehicle, but I don't know how much that's cost outside of the average of $6 per gallon. So what's really exciting is that this new MCE Sync application helps drivers save money, but it also helps folks prioritize charging during low carbon electricity, which supports the overall grid reliability. And of course, ensures your vehicle is fully charged at the time you need. So if you're interested, you can download that in your Apple store or in your Android store, like Google Play, something like that. And it's a great opportunity for Pinoleans to take advantage of another benefit of MCE. Exciting as it is, if you are interested in learning more, we do have a meeting on Thursday, July 7th at 8:30 a.m. That will be the technical to kind of talk about how this launch is going and how many folks have joined on board. But we also have a few other items if you are interested in learning more about our work. So again, really exciting times. And also just want to amplify how important right now is in terms of just so many community events in our city. Thank you to our recreation team. Thank you to our police department, our fire department, and all our city staff for really pushing forward on finding opportunities for our community to come together after so many. So please, again, folks, please stay safe, please stay connected, and also stay graceful. I think that's so important right now. So thank you so much, Mayor, and thanks, Council.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Murphy. Councilmember Thomas, good evening, ma'am.
Yes, good evening. In addition to the Westcat board meeting that Councilmember Martinez Rubin discussed, I also attended just today a subcommittee meeting for the Regional Wildfire Prevention Coordination Group. And in those discussions, we're talking about establishing an MOU with the communities that are within the East Bay high fire severity zone. We talked about whether or not this would be one elected official appointed by the governing board of each, if this would be a Brown Act meeting or more of a staff level meeting. We also talked briefly about whether or not there would be annual dues, and if one of the member agencies would become a fiscal agent in case we were to get grant funding. So all of that is kind of up in the air, and a lot of those questions would be answered when the MOU discussion occurs. In addition to that, the state has yet to publish the new fire codes, but once that happens, the Contra Costa County Chiefs Association will be putting together a model fire code in the hopes that each jurisdiction will adopt the same model code. And that will really help all of the jurisdictions get on board with that. As soon as the state publishes the codes, the county fire chiefs will be drafting the codes, and after Labor Day, we expect that some elected officials will be invited to informational Zoom meetings to go over those codes in advance of them coming forward to the jurisdictions for adoption. And that's the end of my report.
Thank you, ma'am. Councilmember Tave, good evening. Good evening. Nothing to report. Thank you. Then I will move on to item number 7D, which is council request for future agenda items. Councilmember Tave. No item. Thank you. Councilmember Thomas.
I understand that we're going to get a memo regarding the trust, but I would like to see if we can get the accounting folks that did the analysis for how long that trust is going to last. if we can put that on the future agenda item.
Just to make it clear, you're requesting an addition of the memo that we'll be receiving about Trust 115. You would like to get a report, a letter from the people who put the function Trust 115 about how long
There
that
were
will.
there was certain accounting that was put together that gave us a insight as to how long that trust would last.
It
And
was
that's-
prior to my time. Do you remember when this was done? It was when we were a council member.
Yeah, it was 2018.
HDL. Was it HDL that did that analysis?
I don't recall who it was, but I'm sure that there's records in the city manager's office.
Thank you. Any other requests? Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Murphy?
The chair, did we have consensus to bring back that
I
particular
was just
item?
gonna ask if
Yes, yes, on me and you? Yes, I think we already have 3 out of 5, so it's enough.
Thank
Mayor
you.
Pro Tem Murphy?
no items for tonight, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Martinez Zuben?
Well, tonight, thank you.
Thank you. I do have a few items. I would like to have a proclamation for the Bastille Day, which is the French Independence Day. And the reason I would like to do it is because the French and the American have been extremely close to each other. And the French did help the American during the Independence Day in 1779, I believe. That's 1776. Sorry. And in 1789, then the French Revolution happened a few years later. But I would like, if it's possible, and I'm also gonna have a dinner for Independence French Bastille Day this coming Saturday, and I would like to present a proclamation to any other council member who would like to come to me, and French consulate will be there. So that will be a proclamation from the city of Pinole for Bastille Day.
Favor of that.
Yes? I see Councilmember Martinez Zuben.
Yes,
Mayor
I'm
Pro
great.
Tem Murphy,
I'm
perfect. Thank you.
great.
Thank you. And another item I would like to bring up, and I do apologize, we already discussed about it. So if you decide not to, I totally agree, but unfortunately, I could not make that closed session. It's to get an update about that hero pay that we discussed earlier about if we could use that ARPA fund towards first response or help. And I know that you had the conversation in closed session, but I was not there, so I don't really know what had happened. So I don't want to specifically have one just closed session item, but I think an update discussion about it would probably take 5 minutes in closed session. But if we were to have something else in closed session, and if it can also be updated on a hero pay status, I would appreciate it.
Since it was on the agenda already, can we recap what that was individually to you?
Through the chair, if you'd like, we can provide a memo. There was a closed session memorandum that was prepared in advance of that session. We can provide you with a copy of that and also give you a privileged kind of summary of what was
Yes.
discussed.
I just would like to be able to provide my feedback to the city council because it did not have the opportunity to listen to what I had to say, what I wanted to say.
Okay, so if that sounds like a discussion. So if that's what you would like to be able to communicate with the other council members, then that would need to be a closed.
And I wouldn't need more than 5 to 10 minutes. So I don't want it to be specifically a closed session only for that item. If we were to have another closed session that has a bigger item, then we can squeeze another 5 to 10 minutes for that.
The direction of the council, we could
Yeah,
arrange
I
for
think
that.
that's fine.
Councilmember Tave? Yeah, that's fine. Thank you. If you don't mind, we already have 3 out of 5, so just in a matter of saving time that I don't want to be disrespectful, but just move forward. Thank you, everybody. That concludes my item, and I will move on to item number 7E, which is the city manager report. Mr. City Manager, good evening.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor and Council. Just a short report tonight. As you know, we've had 2 citywide events over the past week or so. First was the car show on the 28th. The event was well attended, enjoyed by all, and congratulations and appreciation to Mr. Kopp for his passion and dedication to the event. He did a great job. So I also want to thank all department staff and employees involved in the event's planning, execution of the event, because that takes a lot of teamwork to put that all together. So I just want to thank all of them for that as well. As you know, last night we held our the 4th of July celebration and fireworks. We'll be doing a debrief after the event in the next couple of weeks. We'll look forward to identify growth opportunities and certainly improvement opportunities and we will certainly consider a lot of the feedback that we're hearing through the community at the event and also tonight. And then the last thing, I just want to appreciate the opportunity to serve you and the city and the council in this acting city manager role for a short time. We have a great team, a great management team here, so which work very well together. And I just wanted to say that we can collaborate to handle any issue or issues that may come up and we can address those. I certainly will tell you, I may not have all the technical answers for you, but certainly with this great support team that we have, we'll be able to handle and address any questions that you may have. The only thing I'll just ask is some patience maybe for some technical issues that I may have to consult with the other staff members to help get the answers you're looking for.
Thank you, and we are very happy to have you as our acting city manager, and you have been doing a great job with the police department, so.
Thank you. That ends my report. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I will move on to item number 7F, which is the city attorney report. Mr. Kasher, good evening again.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just briefly wanted to mention that we have 2 special city council meetings next week. The first is next Tuesday on July 12th, when we'll have the second public hearing for the draft charter city and charter city measure. And then we also have another special city council meeting on July 13th, which is a joint session with the planning commission. And we'll be talking about a general plan update, the housing safety, environmental justice elements of the general plan. So wanted to mention that to those members of the public because it's an off week for our councilman meetings, but we do have 2 meetings next week. And that concludes my report.
Thank you, Mr. City Attorney Kasher. Just to clarify, next week will be the charter and the real estate transfer tax discussion with both of them combined together.
That's correct, on the 12th.
Perfect. And in order to, I asked you this question earlier today, but in order to move with the charter city, we need 4/5, but that 4/5 requirement would not be required until August, correct?
That's correct. So the second public hearing, which is a statutory requirement for advancing a charter, that will take place next Tuesday. The council can direct with just a simple majority of the council to direct staff to move forward with the charter city measure. It's not until the city council considers the actual charter, which will be at a subsequent meeting where a 4/5 vote of the city council would be required to formally approve the charter and have it added to the ballot for the consideration of the voters.
Okay, thank you for the update. I just want to add a point of clarification for everybody, if it's possible, to get that memo regarding that Trust 115 and any question related to city financial position before we're to vote in August, so that all the council members get to know exactly which position we are financially before we get to vote in August. Thank you. I would appreciate it. That concludes item number 7. But before I move on, I would ask Madam City Clerk, do you have any public comments, please?
There are no comments on Zoom.
And none in public, excellent. That concludes item number 7. I would then move on to item number 8, which is recognition, presentation, community engagement. We do not have any proclamation or presentations. Then I will move on to item number 9, which is the consent calendar. Before I turn it to the city council, I would like to ask Madam City Clerk, do we have any item from the public that would like to talk on item 9 tonight?
No, there are no public comments.
If there's none, I would then ask to the city council if they wish to push anything out. Mayor Pro Tem Murphy.
I don't need to pull any items. Thank you, Mayor.
You're welcome, Mayor Pro Tem. Former Mayor Martinez and current City Council Member Martinez, please go ahead. The item would like to pull out.
Thank you. None to be pulled. No.
Excellent. Councilmember Thomas. Councilmember Dave, and I have none, so I don't see any specific item. If it's the case, I will just invite one council member to please make a motion.
I'll move approval of the consent calendar.
Second.
Moved by Councilmember Thompson, seconded by Councilmember Martinez Woman. Madam City Clerk, roll call, please.
Thank you. Councilmember Martinez Rubin,
Yes.
Councilmember Toms.
Yes.
Councilmember Tave,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy,
Yes.
Mayor Salini.
Yes,
Motion carries. Thank you.
excellent. That concludes item number 9. And then we'll move on to item number 10, which is public hearings. And before we start, I would like to take a 5-minute break. It's 7:40. We'll resume at 7:45. It's going to be an important item. I would like everybody to be fresh. Thank you. See you in 5 minutes. Let me know when you're ready, please, Dave. Okay, 30 seconds. Director Mishra, ready?
Yes,
Perfect. How long do you need, sir, for that presentation?
it's about 6-7 minutes.
Okay, perfect. Welcome back to the City Council of the City of Pinole. It's July 5th, 2022, and we are resuming on item number 10, which is public hearing, and tonight we'll move forward with public hearing item number 10A, which is conduct a public hearing and adopt a resolution confirming the assessment and ordering the levy of the for the Pinole Federal Road Landscape and Lighting Assessment District for fiscal year 2022-2023. And tonight, the action would be to conduct a public hearing and adopt a resolution for staff recommendation. And tonight we have our city engineer. Good evening, sir.
Members, city staff, and members of public. I'm Sanjay Mishra. I'm here to present today a public hearing on the Pinole Valley Road Landscape and Lighting Assessment District. That the city council conduct this public hearing concerning the levy of assessment within the Pinole Valley Road Landscape and Lighting Assessment District and consider any and all objections to the assessment. As is described in the annual assessment report, levy and assessment for the fiscal year of 2022 in June 30th of 2023. Submit the assessment Argosy County Assessor's Office for placement onto the fiscal year 22-23 secured property tax roll. Next slide, please. In the traffic signals, street lights, median landscaping, irrigation for the landscaping, electricity for the traffic signals and street lights, and graffiti removal. Next slide, please. This district consists of two zones. Zone A, which is north of I-80. It consists of total 8 parcels and roughly has 17,000 square feet of landscaping, irrigation systems for the landscaping, and some irrigation controllers. It also has 7 street light poles and 14 street lights, 6 signal lights. And for zone A, there's electrical power, traffic signal, there is some weed control, and roughly about 18,000 square feet of landscaping. It also has similar features as Zone A, such as irrigation system, maintenance of 10 street light poles, 1.5 traffic signals, and similar other infrastructure. And collection is roughly about 2,900. Summary for 22-23, the total accessible cost for Zone A is around $26,000 and total accessible units are 52.79 and proposed assessment rate for assessment unit is $0.65. The maximum assessment rate for assessment unit is $611.25. For Zone B, accessible costs at 25,929 cents. Total accessible units are 49.9. Proposed assessment rate for accessible unit is $519.63. The maximum assessment rate for AU is $577.04. Each assessment unit is equivalent to an acre of So 52,000 for both these zone. The most the street light poles get knocked down for zone B quite often. More questions before I get that. Just one clarification during our last council meeting. Council maximum accessible set from the very of the for this district, and each year maximum accessible dollar amount is increased CPI or the 2%.
Thank you very much, Mr. City Engineer. Then I will, before I turn it back to the council, I would invite the public to make any comments if we have any.
Yes, thank you. Maria Alegria.
Evening, Maria Alegria, Pinole resident. This may be a little far-fetched, but I'm just wondering what the feasibility is of trying to incorporate some charging stations as part of this district. Has there been any thought about that, or any, it's would be a benefit to the district. And I was just thinking of all the list of all the things that are going to be covered, but I thought, well, is that feasible? Or that's something you can think about in the next iteration. Because when does this get reviewed? Is it every year? I forget. Every year? Okay,
Yes.
so maybe if it's not feasible, maybe it's something we can talk about. Thank you.
Thank you, Miss. City Engineer, would you like to respond to Mr. Alegria's question, please?
Yes. This landscape district is not really set up with. It has to, we probe this out. But as far as city of Pinole is concerned, we are actually looking at installing charging stations all throughout the city by various obtaining various grants and all. So in the business district, we will definitely have some charging station going forward.
Thank you. Does this answer your question, ma'am? Very excellent. Thank you. Do we have any other public questions or comments?
Yes, Rafi.
Good evening, sir, again. And do you have any public on Zoom? How many do we have on Zoom?
We have one right now.
Excellent. Thank you. Please go ahead, sir.
I just have a brief question here. It states on page 7, which I think is page 153 of the agenda packet, and also page 8, that the allowable increase is either 2% or the April CPI, if the April CPI is greater. But for both Zone A and Zone B, it looks like in the 2021/22 fiscal year, the April CPI was 3.8%, but the allowable increase and the actual increase that was implemented was only 2% for both Zone A and Zone B. So I'm wondering why that was the case. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So I think about 2% or 3.8, and what's that, please, Mr. City Engineer?
Okay, that was actually last year's sure why that was, and CPI for April was 5% this year. increase.
Thank you.
But I'm not
Go ahead,
sure
please.
about last year.
Yes, you joined the city in December of 2021, so you were not there last year to do that work. Thank you, Mr. City Engineer. Any other questions, please? Comments?
Yes, Peter Murray.
Good evening, sir.
Once again, council and another question regarding some past projects and their I would say detrimental towards the area that is overseen by this district. And that's between DeVita and the bowling alley, the median there. When the DeVita dialysis building was built, the Thomas brothers were installing the infrastructure for the electrical and I guess the plumbing and all of that. And they went through the median there and pretty much destroyed it. And we've never really held them accountable for that. And it seems to me that they should be paying to replace that. And I'm sure that they're sitting there, waiting for the city, anticipating joyously that the city will come and knock on their door one day. I don't believe that they're going to do that. Also, and a follow-up to that, that reminded me that they were supposed to plant numerous trees along the creek there on their sprouts and commercial building properties. And I don't believe that they've done any of that either. So I think that it's time to hold them accountable and or we'll end up using the district money in order to repair the damage that they did when they built their developments. That's all I have. Just a heads up and a notice to check up on them and find out where we are in regards to that situation.
Thank you, Mr. Murray. Yes, Mr. City Engineer and Mr. City Manager, if we can actually follow up on the situation of the median here between
Okay.
and then also follow up on the situation of the trees. And eventually, if it's what it is, reach out to the contractor and ask them if they can help us out there. Thank you.
Okay.
Excellent. Any other public member, please?
No more public comment.
If you can get back to us within the next 6 weeks, I think that gives you plenty of time.
Yeah.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we could do that. I know a lot of these documents predate some of the current staff, so we'll go back and take a look at that and then report back to you.
Excellent. Thank you, sir. Then if I don't see any question from the public, then we'll turn it back to the city council and Councilmember Tave, please go ahead.
Mayor, there is now
One-
one.
There's one more?
So-
Okay,
Yes.
please go ahead.
Caller with the last four numbers 5748, please go ahead.
Hello,
Yes, go ahead.
can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, so regarding the road, lighting and landscaping, assessment. The mayor and council, they need to take a serious look at that. As it's a entry point to the city job with the past and existing landscaping, especially on those medial strips on both sides of the I-80 overpass. They're run down, they're poorly kept, the plants and shrubberies are missing or they're dead, they're over trimmed when they do get trimmed, and the trees aren't seen up to par with the plantings. And as far as the light poles up and down the boulevard there on Pinole Valley Road, department had some kind of an agreement with the build out of the high school that they were going to reevaluate the number of stoplight signals on the north end of Pinole Valley Road. There on almost every court, in every cross street, that is totally unnecessary. Not to mention, I think they need updated queuing because they're out of queue. And that there's study reports that have been made that for every stop and go at stoplights and stop signs, it increases the carbon emissions, which is our city of Pinole contributing to the carbon emission footprint of California. That increases them by anywhere from 10 to 20%, not to mention the extra cost of gasoline at over $6 a gallon now that is costing people at the stoplight intersections. It's with regard to the landscaping and the lighting up and down that corridor. And if Dean Allison was still here, he'd be rolling over in his grave, God bless him, the late great Dean Allison, because he helped design most of that corridor there. And now light poles get knocked down, he's going to try and find a cheaper substitute of light poles. We don't want a mishmash cheap.
Thank you. So if we can have a city engineer to follow up with Caltrans in terms of the overpass or anything that is within the Caltrans right away and call them to probably clean it up. And I think a light study signal was provided to the city council 2 years ago regarding that segment of the road and why we had so many traffic signals. And if we have it available, probably somebody can share it with Mr. Wosbrick. It was public information. And I do remember another member of the community making the comment about this frequency of those signals and suggesting to reduce it and replacing it with stop sign like we used to have it 7 years ago. And I think somebody we have some studies that justified the number of traffic lights, and I will be more than happy to find those studies and share it with Mr. Rosberg when we can find it. Do you have any other public comments, please?
No, there are no more public comments.
None? In this case, I will turn it back to the city council for questions and comments. I will start with Councilmember Berthe. Please go ahead, sir.
Thank you. I had one quick question regarding the CPI. With pending inflation, there's a lot of talk out there about that typically will drive the CPI up. We're seeing the 5%, but I guess in the event of inflation, is there a way to reassess this, or is this going to be done next year? And how do we keep pace with the market?
So the CPI index actually is what is laid out in this particular each year's CPI based on Bureau of Labor Statistics, Consumer Price Index for San Francisco, Oakland, and San Jose area, and that is being published at the BLS website. And each year, every month they update that, and we just follow that.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Berthe. Any other questions?
No,
No, perfect. Councilmember Thomas, please go ahead. No questions? Actually, I will just see if Councilmember Thomas, no, I'm sorry, Councilmember Martinez Rubin.
Thank you, Mayor Salimi. Just a comment to Director Mishra. Thank you for a more comprehensive response to the question I had last time when we had the first public hearing. I think the distinction between the answer you provided then and today is that there's an origin to the cap on the fee. So thank you, and I hope that the businesses understand that at the time that they agree to be part of the district, the expectation was that over time, there would be increases in fees. So it doesn't come as a surprise to them. Thanks again.
Thank you, ma'am. Mayor Pro Tem Murphy.
Just want to thank City Engineer Mishra for your work and for your presentation. And last two public hearings have been very informative. I think pretty helpful for conversations that need to go on. So thank you again for all your work.
Excellent. Thank you, City Engineer Mishra, again for your great presentation. And then if it's the case, I would just ask a council member to move forward by a motion, please.
I'll move approval.
A second.
Madam City Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilmember Martinez Rubin,
Yes.
Councilmember Toms,
Yes.
Councilmember Tave,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy,
Yes.
Mayor Salini.
Yes,
Motion carries.
excellent. Thank you. That concludes item number 10. Then we'll move on to item number 11, which is old business. And tonight we have item number 7, number 11A, which is update on proposed fire service contract in Station 74 reopening. And tonight we will receive a report from our Fire Chief, Christopher Wancoop. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, and thank you, Mayor, City Council, City staff, and Pinole citizens. And if we could start up the PowerPoint.
Chief Weincoop, just want to give you an update that broadcast is working on bringing up your PowerPoint. It should be just a moment.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Evan. Standing. Thank you so much. Okay. So once again, good evening, and thank you, Mayor, City Council, City staff, and all citizens. I'm Fire Chief Chris Weincoop, and I'm happy to be here tonight to give you the latest update on what has taken place in the ConFire contract discussions, which will facilitate the reopening of Fire Station 74 since the last time we spoke in April. And in the process, I can hopefully assuage some of the anxieties that have come up in public comment. So if we could go to the next slide, please. Just to give a quick recap as to how we got to where we are today. As you can see, in response to the passage of Measure X, the county fire chiefs collectively proposed a plan to utilize Measure X funds to enhance fire service countywide. Among the enhancements was the reopening of shuttered fire stations throughout the county under the superintendents of Contra Costa County Fire Protection District, also known as ConFire. In November of 2021, the County Board of Supervisors approved $2 million of Measure X funds towards the reopening of Pinole Fire Station 74 as part of that effort. If we can go to the next slide, please. So to briefly address one of the questions that came up in public comment regarding annexation versus contract for service, we did consider what are basically the two options available for integration between agencies like ours. And those options are annexation and contract for service. As a matter of fact, I talked about this about 15 months ago at a Pinole for Fair Government town hall meeting in April of 2021 for anyone who would wish to take a look at that. So now annexation is what just took place over in East Contra Costa County, where the former East Contra Costa County Fire Protection District annexed into ConFire. And in doing so, they brought some $15.5 million in property taxes, which were previously allocated to what was East Contra Costa County Fire. Service is the arrangement that for instance, the Alameda County Fire District has implemented with the cities of Dublin, Emeryville, Newark, San Leandro, and Union City, as they've expanded their coverage territory through integration with those cities. We can go to the next slide, please. So unlike East Contra Costa's $15.5 million in dedicated fire protection property tax revenue, which brings over to Con Fire, Pinole's entire annual property tax revenue, our entire property tax revenue is approximately $4.3 million, according to the fiscal year that we just wrapped up, which is more than $1 million less than the current fire department budget. Now, also consider that in annexation, typically it's not the entire property tax base that's allocated for fire protection, but rather only a portion thereof. And again, with the East Contra Costa analogy, that $15.5 million does only represent the dedicated fire portion of the property tax. So again, considering this, it becomes quite evident that Pinole's property tax that would go to Con Fire in annexation could not sustain the cost of fire service for one station, much less two. So Pinole is not a candidate for annexation. We go to the next slide, please. Service whereby the city contributes an amount similar to its allocated fire budget, combined with the $2 million of Measure X allocation, that would enable both Station 73 and Station 74 to be fully staffed and operational under Con Fire superintendents. So with council's approval, the city has initiated discussions with Con Fire regarding a contract for service. Next slide, please. So who exactly participates in these discussions? And I think this is important because I'm here to reassure to the public that in fact, all the right players are involved in the discussion and are asking all the right questions relative to their respective areas of expertise. And as you can see, those whom I refer to as quote unquote, all the right players on our team or on the collaborative team are the Pinole City Manager, the Senior Deputy County Administrator, our city attorneys from Pinole, County's legal counsel, our financial director, Ms. Guillory, the county financial director, and the respective fire chiefs of our respective agencies. Next slide, please. Additionally, per LAFCO requirements, and for those who don't know what LAFCO is the Local Agency Formation Commission that oversees these types of arrangements. So per LAFCO requirements, an independent municipal financial analyst, and in this case is the Stone Municipal Group is who's overseeing this, has been retained to oversee financial team meetings and provide a fiscal analysis of the proposed contract. Next slide, please. So at the time of the last time we spoke, the last update to council, the entire team was scheduled to discuss deal points of the proposed contract. Now that meeting has taken place. I think it took place the week after we last spoke together. And as have 3 subsequent weekly financial team meetings. And the next financial team meeting is actually tomorrow. That will be the 4th financial team meeting. And the financial team is comprised of the city financial director, Ms. Guillory, the county financial director, the senior deputy county administrator, and once again, the fire chiefs of our respective agencies, as well as the Stone Municipal Group who is retained. Please. And so some of the things, in addition to the contract deal points that the financial analysts ask from us are things like revenues and expenditures and budget to actuals over a 5-year span, capital improvements to include vehicle and apparatus replacements over those same spans and anticipated same over those same spans, employee pay steps and leave accruals, information on pension liability to include pension reports, CalPERS actuarial valuation reports for both legacy and TEPRA employees, service plan, et cetera. So in addition to the data requests from the financial analysts, what are the meat and potatoes components of, that are being discussed at our meeting? Well, here's one of the actual spreadsheets that we are working with to give you an idea of the level of detail which gets discussed regarding this proposed contract or this proposed contract. Excuse me. You can see I've redacted the monetary values associated with each line item because, of course, none of this is finalized, and so it wouldn't be appropriate to share until all stakeholders have agreed that it's ready for council consideration and public view. But my point in showing this graphic is to illustrate that all the elements of the contract are being considered to granular detail, and that they're being considered by the right people with the proper expertise, as opposed to two fire chiefs agreeing to a handshake deal. I emphasize this because in the most recent Pinole for Fair Government meeting, town hall meeting, which was just a few weeks ago, I tried to illustrate precisely the same point, and I used the following example. I pointed out that Station 74 is a dedicated fire building, whereas Station 73 is in the shared public safety building, for which utilities run, making it harder to determine what portion of the utilities would belong exclusively to fire. And how the financial team collectively agreed that it would probably be more efficient to simply have the city pay for the utility bill and back that costing out of the contract, rather than have Confire estimate utilities into the contract costing. It was a random example to illustrate that we as a group, in fact, discussed things to that level of detail. Well, somehow that got interpreted in public comment as, if I'm following the line of reasoning, the fire chief can't even tell us how much the electric bill is at the public safety building. Therefore, the fire chief doesn't understand the budget. Therefore, the fire chief can't be trusted, and therefore this contract is a bad idea. Certainly, all are entitled to their opinions about me or any public official. But even if one chose to engage in the rational gymnastics required to arrive at that conclusion, it would still only underscore the point that I was trying to make, which is the fact that the right people are asking and answering the right questions to the level of detail needed to come to an informed evaluation. That, again, this is not simply two fire chiefs shaking hands on the deal of their own concoction. Financial questions are being addressed by the financial experts. The legal questions are being addressed by legal experts. The city and county administrative questions are being addressed by the city and county administrative experts, etc. All to the level of granular detail to ensure that if council agrees to move forward with this plan, and every indication thus far continues to be that we should, that you can have every confidence that we are moving the city into the best fire service arrangement that we can possibly obtain. Slide, please. So just to reconfirm our timelines, we are still on track to meet the original estimated timeline. Within the next week, county legal counsel should have a rough draft of the contract and service plan ready for review by our legal team. Sometime in the first 2 weeks of August, draft document for city council to review. Tentatively, at the August 16th council meeting, Confire Chief Brochard will join me to provide an update, which will hopefully coincide with council's opportunity to view the draft contract. Once tentative contract terms are agreed upon, the independent fiscal analysis, the service plan, letter of agreement from the labor group, and a resolution of council support will need to be submitted with the contract to the Contra Costa County LAFCO for approval. An anticipated timeline for completion of contract and LAFCO submission and approval is still fall of 2022, with an estimated implementation to include the reopening of Station 74 in late winter or early spring of 2023. Next slide, please. Thank you for the opportunity to speak, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Chief. Very happy to have you here, and thank you for that excellent presentation. it's a presentation that everybody from the community has been looking for and running for a long time, and we wish you success. Before I turn it to the council, I would ask any members on Zoom who would like to make comments, and I would then have public here in person to make any comments, but I would start with Zoom first, please.
We do have a few comments on Zoom. We'll start with Cordell Hindler. Go ahead.
Come back to Mr. Hinder, just the next person, and we'll come back in a few seconds.
Okay. Debbie Long.
Good evening, ma'am.
Good evening. I want to make one thing very clear. I never said I didn't trust the chief. I think he's putting words in public comments that weren't there. My question is that if our current budget is 5,514,428, if we add the 2 million, that brings it to the 7,514,428. Will all costs associated with both fire departments cover that number? That's what I'm trying to see. And I think it's kind of unfair to the public not to see some of those figures up front, because once we see a document, we don't really have much of a chance to weigh in on the contract or any of the deal points that have come across. But I want to know if that 7.5 million is going to be inclusive of all the stations, of unfunded liabilities, of reserves for new equipment, all of the weed abatement and inspection programs that we currently have to administer. And I think that that's the bottom line, and we're still not getting to where that is. The other thing is the spreadsheets that were produced both on Zoom and on TV are not readable at all, and they're not part of any staff report. So it's very difficult for the public to look at those. And lastly, because I'm not going to go through my numbers, because obviously there's other numbers that we haven't been privy to. But since there is a document out there by the Stone Municipal Group, and it has been shared with our finance director, I would like to make a public records request to have a look at that document, or at the very least, the spreadsheets that have been provided by our city from the finance director, to have a chance to look at those. Hey, if all the numbers actually pan out, and we're looking into the future, that the county will also, provide a COLA or cost of living to that 2 million each year, because we're obviously going to have to do that with any contract. Hopefully that is addressed in there as well as if we can't afford to continue the contract, what happens to all parties, involved in that. So I just hope that we get more information before this comes as a final document to the council for them to vote on, because we don't have any chance at that point to really talk about deal points. Thank you.
Thank you. A lot of items were addressed by former mayor and council member and treasurer Ms. Long here. And if it's possible, I would like to break it down, so because those were good questions, and I would like to take a moment here to have them answered. Chief Wanku, if you don't mind helping me out here. I think one of the questions that was asked was about the budget, and we're talking about working with Confire and having a budget with the opening of station 73 and 74. I guess the question related to, do we have enough money to have both stations open? Do we have enough money for the unfunded liability? Do we have enough money for the reserve? Do we have enough money for the equipment and for the weed abatement? Do we have, with Measure X money and the existing city, with the existing money that we're getting from the city, do we have altogether enough money to be able to maintain all the existing services plus what Ms. Long was mentioning, sir?
So, yeah, the answer is, well, first of all, those are all excellent questions, and those are what's being worked out. Specifically, what what monies, what costs are being retained by the city versus which costs are being transferred over to Con Fire as part of the contract. And some of those things are like weed abatement. So weed abatement and once again, you know, I hesitate because these are not all finalized things, but for right now, weed abatement is something that we're probably leaning towards keeping with the city and transferring those funds to public works. So yes, that would be a cost that would be retained by the city. Some of the other ones, but one of the questions is, but that might be offset by the fact that right now, what we're talking about is in the contract, having apparatus replacement in the contract, which is not currently part of our fire budget. So excellent questions. And those are precisely the things that we're hammering out in these group discussions. Who retains what, what gets transferred, you know, to Con Fire as part of the contract? Does one outweigh the other, or is one, you know, if for instance, say those two things is the amount that's retained by the city for weed abatement offset by the vehicle replacement cost that's included in the bid that otherwise wasn't included. So those haven't been finalized, but those are excellent questions, and those are precisely the questions that we're hammering out right now, and that when we come out with that draft for council to see, those things will be itemized in there. So those are excellent questions, and I appreciate those questions, and I do want to emphasize that those are right on the money, the types of things that we are dealing with, and that will be answered in the contract.
Thank you, sir. And we'll be able to, the public will be in measure to provide comment before that contract is signed, correct?
Or to
City attorney, Asher,
to
please
city
go ahead.
attorney and to city manager when he gets back, you know, is because I think that's going to be more of a collective decision. It's not my decision alone. So I'm not going to I'll defer to those individuals to comment on that.
Yes, please go ahead, City Attorney Asher.
Yeah, through the chair, the contract will be brought forward for the public to review before the council makes a final decision.
Excellent. So the public will have an opportunity to look at all those numbers, documents, and provide comments back to the city council.
That's correct.
Excellent. Chief, I also have a few other questions related to the Stone Municipal Group, and I believe Ms. Long would like to make a public act request and have those information shared. And I believe this is something that she's able to, Madam City Clerk, right here, is that correct?
That's correct. I made note of the request.
Okay, so the request has been noted and we will be providing.
Yes, I'll follow up. Thank you.
Excellent. And I guess, and also, she was mentioning about the. Please go
I
ahead.
would like to add, Mr. Mayor, that the Stone Municipal Group, they are once again, there's information being transferred and requested and going back and forth. They will come out with a final financial report with so I would you know, I don't know if the appropriate report that would be is ready yet. In other words, it may be a couple of weeks before they come up with their final report. So I don't know what I mean. However, the appropriate way is to access those documents. But I did want to give a heads up that Stone Municipal Group is still working on that document.
Thank you, Chief, for the point of clarification. I will also ask if possible to share those spreadsheets as part of the minutes so that we get to see them. It's a little bit hard to see, but I would appreciate it if we can do that. So, and also another comment was related to the exit strategy. I believe Measure X money is for 20 years, if I understood it correctly. And I guess the question of Ms. Long was, do we have an exit strategy written in the language? And I believe I did discuss a few months ago with City Attorney Kasher, but also ask you the question, but you can both answer that question to me again.
So I think there was two questions with regard to Measure X. I think one had to do with an escalator, which is once again a terrific question, which we are trying to get answered right now. So obviously, you know, the cost of the contract is going to go up year over year, just like any budget does. And, one of the big questions is now we have established that it's been said in public forum that Measure X will have a year-over-year cost escalator, but it hasn't been determined what that is. And that's obviously an important number because as the costs escalate year over year during the contract, we will want to know if, we're getting $2 million for Measure X, is that going to be $2 million plus X next year? Well, we know there will be that escalator built in, but we're not quite sure what it is right now, which is, again, one of those unknowns that we're trying to get answers to before we can release any kind of a finalized document. Another question that therein was, are there exit strategies or exit clauses? So once again, things that have, and I will share with this because this is what has kind of been discussed, although once again, it's not a finalized document, that there will be, an off-ramp built into the contract itself so that it would be, and I'm just going to use a round number, but let's say it were a 10-year contract, and then we would have something like at a 5-year point, an option to opt out if for some reason, either party didn't want to stay into it, so that there would be provisions to opt out, which once again is while we don't anticipate that would be something that would eventuate, it is a nice feature to have in a contract as opposed to an annexation, which would be a lot more difficult to reverse, to back your way out of. So that anyway, there will be an ample off ramp in the contract.
Thank you, Mr. Cedillo. Thank you, Chief. Mr. Cedillo, Attorney Carter, please go ahead.
Through the chair, I just add, and I agree with all the points raised by Chief Weinberg. It would be a contract, so all contracts have a term, and so we are discussing and exploring what occurs at the end of the term of the contract. And if for whatever reason it were to be unwound, how would we transition back to the status quo as presented, and what would be some of the things that we would need to build into the contract to account for those things? So it's something that's being discussed. The terms are still being worked out, but it's front of mind, and it's something that we'll have included in the agreement so that it's clear for everyone what the transition plan would be.
Thank you. Thank you. Then I think that concludes our questions from Ms. Long, and then we'll move on to Mr. Anthony Wosbrick. I believe he has his hand raised, ma'am. Mr. Wosbrick, please go ahead. 3 minutes, please.
Yes, I wanted to ask collection of information regarding the actual opening date, that is the hard date, give it the month and year. Station 74 was last supposed to be open with regard to adequate staffing levels, because a presentation was made to John Joya and the rest of the county supervisors several months ago with that question, I believe, and they answered it for the county fire chief and or the town fire chief who was giving, I guess, the presentation at that time, public, that I thought it would be in June or July. Can't remember what year, so I'm assuming it's probably next year. And that all was dependent, what he said, was on the situation numbers that come out with that next 1 or 2 recruit schools. So what can you do to ensure us what the date's gonna be, and that we get our fair share of recruits coming out of that school for staffing and opening of Pinole Station 74 sooner than later? And is it like in the county or the Bay Area can offer these staffers, so they can go elsewhere? And is that the opening is delayed? because of staffing issues or any other issues, is that gonna cost the city money? Because we're signing a contract here with any, late delays on, the station opening. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Two questions for Mr. Vosbrick, Chief. The first one is, do we have, and I know you you provided an estimation in presentation. Can you please state to us what the estimated opening date of session 74 will be, please?
So the timeframe that I've been using has been a contract signature in fall and opening of reopening of station 74 in early late winter or early spring of 2023. So take that as you will. And I'm hesitant to comment on anyone else's comments. So I know Chief Brochard had made some comments. I know he won't mind my offering, though, that one of the issues which the speaker just brought up is, yes, the staffing. So I know ConFire has, they have large academies that are pre-scheduled, and I believe that they have an academy scheduled for October, which would probably finish sometime after the first of the year. So I know that is plays somewhat into the timelines of making sure that their academy has graduated and that they're assuming the graduation of a large number of new recruits and new to be sufficient to staff because this part of this proposal is the reopening of 5 fire stations across the county. So certainly they want to be sure that they have enough recruits coming in and we're graduating in time to fill those staffing needs. And I guess finally I would comment that the estimated timeline or the timeline for the reopening or say the implementation of opening station 74 would also be spelled out in the contract. So once we get the contract finalized, it then will have timeline for when we anticipate station 74 reopening. So you would have, so I'm saying late winter, early spring. The contract will have a more precise date range given there.
Excellent, Chief. Another question that was brought up by Mr. Vosbrick was related to in the event that we were not able to maintain that early spring of 2023 or winter of 2022 date, will the city incur the additional cost if we were to push it towards, let's say, summer of 2023? Would the city be incurring additional costs associated to the day in opening it?
That would be something that I would defer to legal to discuss with the respective legal teams to figure out what happens in that type of event.
Through the chair, I don't know the answer to that question right now. I don't know what kind of limitations or restrictions are placed on the funding that's been provided and when it would need to be used, for example. We could certainly look into that and provide information to the council.
Excellent. Thank you, sir. No problem. Then I will move on to the next public comment here. Mr. Corleone Hindler, I believe, had his hand raised, and we'll go back to him. And then we'll go to Mr. Peter Murray and Mr. Vincent Wells.
Good. Can you hear me now?
Loud and clear.
So, good evening, Mayor Salini, Council, Cordell Handler Richmond. So, I kind of agree with Debbie Long's comments. Before the council approves the contract, we have to see the spreadsheet so the public can take a look at it before you sign off on it. And then as far as the other speaker is concerned, I pass through the firehouse, occasionally, and we were expecting for them to reopen Station 74 was going to be this year or next year. It depends on how you look at it. So I'm thinking that we have to think about this. You have to let the public see the spreadsheet before the council approves it, so I'll yield my time.
Yes, this spreadsheet will be shared as part of the minute at the next city council meeting. Whenever it's ready, will be shared. Thank you. Then I will turn it back to Mr. Peter Murray for public comments, please.
Again, thank you for letting me speak. I certainly agree with the comments about opening this up to the public because I believe most of the public doesn't know what's going on other than the one particular group that you did address. But I think that all the rest of the community deserves a similar or fair shake on the information that they're going to that's going to come out of this, particularly because it could cost them in their pocketbooks going down the road. My original question was about an exit strategy, and you've addressed that, and thank you for doing so. But it goes a little bit farther than that. That in 20 years, that exit strategy should consist of the costs of personnel and equipment as well, so that if it all just kind of implodes at 20 years and the relationship doesn't go on, that the city's whole going down the road. But that should be in any case at any point in time, that we don't get caught without personnel to operate our stations and all of that. Now, the one thing I wanted to say is that we concluded with a study about 3 years ago, and that study was just shelved because I don't think that it was accepted real well by different parties involved in the equation there. But it did kind of list some of the problems with disinformation about what's going on, what's being inputted into the equation. So I would say vet your information, make sure you got all the appropriate information and statistics, and don't short anybody on that. Having that meeting for the public, it's not on the website and drag the information on. I mean, it's a sit-down discussion on what's being implied, because this is public safety. Everybody has a right to that, to understand what's going on, where the costs are, and all that. The last thing I'll say is, Pinole got caught in the middle of all this battalion because everything shifts one direction or shifts the other direction. And in the past, I heard people on one side of Pinole or on the other side, I'm talking about station-wise, complaining about Pinole. We had to go where the action was. And if the action was in Hercules Rodeo, we had to respond to that. If the action was in El Sobrante or San Pablo, we were shifting for that. Yeah, and other people had to shift into our place, but it sounded like that nobody respected what was going on in Pinole being in the middle. And I see this as the same thing. If this station opens up, it helps the battalion. And I think that everybody else should have a part in this, protecting the cost to the citizens of Pinole. They shouldn't be on being footing the bill in its entirety should something go awry. Thank you. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you, sir. Yes, we talked about the exit strategy. I know that Merger X is for 20 years, and then I guess the question is what will happen in 20 years? Something that we will be addressing, sir. And in terms of public meetings, I'm not sure about how many more public meetings we are scheduled to have. Did people get to be informed yet? I don't have the agenda in front of me, but I don't know, Chief Wancoop or City Attorney Castro, if you have an idea about what the schedule is in between now until when the contract would come back to us. How many more meetings would you have?
So what we tentatively, and this would have to do with the Chief Brochard's availability and the anticipated draft contract being available to council. So we're targeting the August 16th meeting or a readdress so that both chiefs can be there to address some questions, and that council will have had a chance to review the document itself. That answers your question. So we're talking about 5 weeks from now, 6 weeks from now.
Excellent, thank you. And then In terms of collaboration, I think we are a small city. We need to work with everybody. And Pinole by himself would not be able to provide as much of the service as if we were to be unified. I cannot change the past, but I can just expect what the future will be. And I believe that if we work all together and we forget the past and focus on the future and we work about making this place a better place, this is the way to go. And I believe in collaboration, and this is the way that I believe we want to move forward. And sometimes we just have to let go, and what happened in the past is the past. We cannot change it, but let's focus on the future. And I try to be optimistic, and all together we'll move forward in the same direction. We'll be very successful. Let's move on to the next person who would like to talk, and I believe we have Mr. Vincent Wells, who is here tonight. He would like to talk as well. Please go ahead, Mr. Wells. Welcome, and we are very happy to have you here tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. Good evening. Well, I'm the president of to speak tonight about this contract. Just happy to see that there's finally a solution to improve services to the community. Station prompt fire offers all services at smaller ages. The opportunity for the city that's to $2 million to Measure X. Station's been closed for many years. X is a countywide, this little background on Measure X, countywide sales tax that was passed by the voters last. County proceeded to place this tax on the ballot. Getting this on the ballot as well as supporting we were one of the only counties that didn't have any
continue. I would if you speak enough, please continue, sir.
So with the labor organizations, the community-based organization, we got together, we came up with the need. Priority for the measure. Is to have all to them and that board. Spend the money. So I'm wrapping up as it was stated in the staff report, the Pinole, one of the things
Thank you, Mr. Wells. And I want to thank you on behalf of the city and the citizen for all your great work and we are very appreciative and we would not be here without your help. And I think the life of a lot of people in the city would be dependent on the decision we took and the willingness to help the city, and a lot of people's lives will be saved. Thank you again. I believe that we have one more person who
more.
would like to talk about that item. Ms. Omar report. Good evening, ma'am.
Mayor, council, staff, and public. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Really short. Thank you, Chief, for all the work that you're doing. I really appreciate it. It doesn't go unnoticed, and really, we appreciate everything that you and the firefighters are doing for us, especially now in hard times. Mayor, I would like to ask if we could put Supervisor John Joyous tape regarding Station 74. It's very informative. It's about Measure X, and it's very personal. So I'd like to see it on television on one of the stations, and maybe possibly this part of the presentation from our chief as an informational on one of our stations, so that people will know what's going on. The other thing is maybe a sign in front of Station 74. Let people know what's going on. Everybody's so they want to hear about what's going on. I know everybody's busy. You know, life is getting hard for a lot of people, but this is so important to us. For a long time, we've been waiting for this. And just a little heads up, I've lived here over 40 years. And one thing that I do want to tell you, Chief and Mayor and all, one of the things that in the past fire studies that happened was a contract with some kind of, and I've been hearing this about the escape clause. However, how about if the county or we don't get any more money in, can we bring Station 73 as it was, put it back rather than closing? I know in the past there have been a lot of closures on stations, fire stations in the east and central, and cities were complaining that their city was burdened by more stations closures. That's the only fear that a lot of people have. Other than that, I think if we could talk about it and discuss that and get the fears out. And I just want to say that living here for so long and having a big fire near my neighborhood, there were like 11 fires, engines here, and 4 houses almost burned, which one of them was mine almost. The firefighters were excellent. Thank you, Chief. And again, you are so important to the city. And I just want to say, Mayor, thank you all council for all that you've done. And let's look up and look forward to this contract and make it positive and a win-win situation for all. And thank you all. Good evening.
Welcome. This was a real work of collaboration with everybody here in this room, and everybody who has helped us, including former council members and members of the community. So the credit really doesn't go to the council, really goes to you, Chief, and the entire staff and the community members that have helped us to be where we are here. We have been discussing more about the exits close of what happened if we cannot maintain Station 74, even though we have a great opportunity to have it open in Station 73, but people are more concerned about what happened in 20 years if it was to be closed. But let's focus on having it open and making sure that everything works fine, and then we'll also discuss again about the exit strategy if we need to. Very quickly, a few items were requested. Is it possible to put a sign in front of Station 74 to inform the people that eventually that station might be open? And we have a conversation about opening it. Would it be possible to put a sign about a conversation about Station 74?
Yes, Mayor, I think that certainly when the city manager returns, we can have a conversation with the fire chief and see what best is served for the community. And maybe that is the route that we could take, but we'd have to discuss that and get back to you.
Excellent. Thank you. City Attorney Casher, a question was brought up about the presentation that John Joya, I believe Supervisor Joya did make a short video about the opening of Station 74. Is this something that we can put on Pinole TV?
through the chair. So that was brought to our attention. We'll look into that. It sounds like there's an interest in having that shared on PCTV. And so we could look into that. We had some preliminary discussions, needed to review the content of the video, obviously, and the timeliness of it. There was some suggested that it might be kind of related to a campaign or something like that, but it seems like a fairly general type of recording. So we'll discuss internally, but I think that's something that we probably do.
Excellent. That's the same question goes to the presentation. I believe that one group made for government one day about the presentation related to reopening it. Discussion about reopening it. If I misunderstood, I think it's what was mentioned.
Yeah, either this presentation or maybe a prior one. So I'll defer to Dave and others who kind of post things on PCTV, but I don't see any legal reason why I couldn't.
We're talking about Dave's now, not Dave's report.
That's correct.
Dave, okay, I just want to clarify here.
Dave's not.
Okay. Dave, okay. That concludes the question from the public on Zoom, I believe. Is that correct?
Correct. And we do have two in-person commenters. Yes, Maria Alegria and Rafael Menem.
Okay, Ms. Alegre, thank you for waiting. Welcome, and I know that you have been working also very hard personally and helping the community and having that station open, and I would like to also thank you, ma'am, for all your efforts for the many years.
All good things come to those who are patient. Mr. Mayor and honorable council members, my name is Maria Alegria. I'm a resident of Pinole. First of all, I want to thank the citizens of Pinole and Contra Costa County for voting to support Measure X. Measure X received over 323,000 votes, almost 59%. As an elected delegate representing the Democratic Party in Supervisorial District 1 and former chair of the Democratic Party, which represents over 370,000 registered Democrats in Contra Costa County, I want to thank Councilmember Tave for his leadership and asking the Democratic Party to support Measure X and the Contra Costa County Executive Fire Chief proposal to reopen not only just 5 fire stations, but including our fire station 74. For those of us who live in the valley, I, for one, would like to see Station 74 open sooner than later, especially now that Governor Newsom is urging aggressive water conservation as our drought continues to worsen. As a property owner whose property abuts the hills and open space, I have done my due diligence to maintain a defensible space of at least 30 feet as part of the wildland urban interface. It's been over a decade that those of us who live in the valley have been waiting for new leadership that has finally made a commitment to fully fund an operational fire station in the valley. So I want to encourage the Pinole City Council to continue your effort to negotiate a contract with Confire to make sure that we have 2 fully staffed fire stations. This is not only a wise investment, but it is long overdue. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. And you're welcome. Mr. Rafael Menez, good evening again. The floor is yours.
And so, first off, I'd like to echo the comments from many prior commenters, thanking the voters of Contra Costa County for having voted for Measure X that will make this all possible, and for everybody who is involved in organizing and trying to make sure that it passed. Without the extra resources from the county, we'd still be in the same situation we were in for the decade prior to that, where there simply wasn't the resources to reopen Fire Station 74 at all. So I guess I have a few comments about the presentation itself and timelines. So I think that until the city can upgrade its broadcasting and presenting equipment within the council chambers itself, that it might be worthwhile to basically check the text density. I'm not quite sure if that's the right phrase of slides to make sure that it's clearly visible. Because I guess one advantage of the limited technical capabilities of the projector in council chambers is it roughly matches up to the limited broadcast capabilities that PCTV has to broadcast more detailed images. I assume that the clerk's office is going to upload the presentation as part of the online website, something like it's been done at prior meetings. I'd also like to applaud Mayor Sleevy's allowing for more detailed investigation of questions posed by the public with regards to this particular agenda item, rather than simply having them be technical questions be addressed by the staff at no future time. I'd appreciate it if that could go forward on other items rather than just this one agenda item. Finally, with regards to timeline, I noted that there was some concerns raised by several commenters about whether or not there be public input on the details of the contract. And I think it's worth noting that Chief Weinkoop pointed out in his presentation, unless I'm mistaken, that there's going to be at least 2 more meetings before the final contract is voted on. There's going to be the one meeting in August where we finally get to see the draft comment, ever there's initial comments on it, and that's probably going to be the best point where public view will be able to come in, because right now we simply don't have the information to really make informed comments, just because there aren't finalized enough numbers, and any numbers that could be taken will be selected and perhaps out of context and be used for negotiation and have all sorts of issues with that. But my point is that it's not just going to be a one and done thing. We see it in August, that's it, then there's going to be a final vote, and there's no public input. I think that the meeting in August is going to be a point where there's going to actually be an option for meaningful input. And that's worth considering. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Then I will turn back to comments and questions from council members. I know that Councilmember Martinez Ruben, you're away and you may have some technical difficulties, so therefore I will let you speak first. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Salimi. Thank you, Chief Weinberg, for your presentation. And then a few others. So in the staff report and earlier, about the integrative agreement is, what does that mean? And a related question is, will city fire as a combined team, or I've been asked that by some. And back to this integrated agreement, I'm used to the term cooperative agreement. So establishes everything that has been agreed on.
Excellent. I guess you asked 3 questions, but the first 1 and 3 are kind of the same. What is the integrated agreement, and is it the same as cooperative agreement? That's the first question. The next question will be, will the staff only of people from the county and the city, or will it be a combination of both? So Chief Weinkoop, if you don't mind, can you please tell us what's the difference between, is it going to be integrated agreement or cooperative agreement? What's the difference, and is that the same, please?
And thank you for the question, Councilmember Martinez Ruben. And that was something that I had to be schooled very early on in this process as well, because I was one might recall, a year and a half ago when I was using the term consolidation, and that was a learning curve for me, because that actually has a very specific connotation when you're talking about fire districts, and a consolidation is what's happened in East Contra Costa County with fire and annexation. Annexation and consolidation, those 2 words are almost synonymous. So consolidation, while kind of in its its own context, just means coming together. it takes on a specific connotation as it has to do with fire agencies. So I had to back off from that particular term consolidation. And so I do also like cooperative agreement, but we had decided on integration for those purposes, so that we weren't using an improper term like consolidation. So integration is just a little more general, and and the specific avenue that we're looking into is a contract for service is the proper term. As far as staffing, yeah, that's another great question. So under this agreement, because our fire service would be provided under the auspices and under the superintendents of Con Fire, it will be staffed by Con Fire employees, and our employees, our Pinole employees, would become Con Fire employees. So it will be staffed by Con Fire employees. However, our employees will that's what's happening with our employees, many of whom you will see staying in town at the same fire station. That will be kind of worked out.
Excellent. We'll move on to the next question. If you can ask one question at a time, that'll be easy to move forward. Please go ahead, Councilmember Martinez.
Sure, thank you. Terms and how staffing will appear. Set of questions. It had to do with the timing of presentation and allowing council to review what will have been agreed upon. All those technical experts that you pointed have been meeting again and again over a number of times, much more. I expect that we will see the culmination of all that thinking, and it will be a set of documents that we will get to review. Nonetheless, I think that the public that will be most affected by opening, closure, et cetera, of services really needs to know what are we getting for those additional $2 million and altogether. The kind of thinking that this technical group has been doing by first taking a look at the figures associated with service and asking that with documents that we will be presented for is that the service plan is now, my understanding, is a separate document than what you have outlined in that spreadsheet that has been so carefully, carefully put together items that have been under consideration and discussion to very granular point to us, members of the public, council, residents. It says encompass all these figures that people are putting their heads together. However, the agreements turn out, it's going to be a cost figure. Okay. Yes, about what the standards of service staffed by that would be staffed by that mean to a resident. What? And it's, I think, much grander than just knowing that a station. Don't want people to assume that when a station is open, that there's going to be, kind of like what we're getting used to with devices. We get really impatient when we don't get our to have realistic expectations of what services are going to be included in cost proposal, that documents that we review, whether it's the service, really illustrate as in that granular manner that those extra funds
Thank
So
you. So
I
the
would-
question,
I would
I'm sorry, the question is it possible to provide the list of additional services that city is gonna get on top of what we already have now that we are getting by opening with going with Confire? What are the list of additional services that we're gonna be getting that we don't have now? Is that what you're asking, correct?
Thank you for, because that is one aspect of the question. I think it was Vincent Well to talk about the expansion of services now with Carnival. Well, tell us, what is that? What can we expect as residents, right? We are the taxpayers who said yes to Measure X. We are the taxpayers who are now benefiting from all of the determined and agreed to. So what does that mean on a day-to-day basis? I think I might summarize it by just saying peace of mind, really, right? And safety. But I'm also wanting to have outlined for us. That you all use. And so in other words, educate us as to what you all do.
Thank you. What, so,
Firefighting team.
thank-
Chief Wayne, does that make sense?
Yes, it makes absolute sense. And the service plan will be included in the contract for council's review.
Is this something you can just give us a brief overview of what additional services the city will be getting tonight?
Well,
You don't have to be precise, but just.
so, well, certainly, we would have two fully staffed fire engines with our crews on them. So you're essentially doubling the level of service that that I'm envisioning it and that we are envisioning it is really, once the subsidy kicks in, is 2 for the price of 1. Now, obviously, to everybody's point, this is all very fair points. The numbers, that's what I'm saying is what we're envisioning. That's not the way it works out, or if we're saying that, we're going to put in our $5.5 million budget, and then it's going to be, plus the $2 million of Measure X, $7.5 million, and that's going to run 2 stations. If the numbers come out and says it's $9 million, well, then that's going to speak for itself. You know what I mean? It's what I envision. It's the numbers that we have all been working with from the very beginning of the discussion. There's been numbers, as Mr. Menace had said in his commentary. The reason nobody's trying to be coy or trying to be hiding anything. It's just that sometimes in these discussions, it's like, oh, you know what? Maybe that stays with the city instead of being in the contract, and maybe this needs to be added in. So to come in and say, here's the number. I don't want to have to come back and say, oh, I thought that was the number, but it's 250,000 more, or it's $30,000 less. So those numbers will all play out. But to answer your question, what every indication is pointing to is that we, instead of having one frontline fire engine, we will have 2 frontline fire engines fully staffed. Instead of having one wildland type 3 engine, we will have 2 type 3 engines available for wildland responses. We will have the instead of our what we provide as fire prevention services, as far as fire prevention inspectors and plans reviewers and whatnot. Instead of the person that we have assigned to that, we will have an entire the benefit of Confire's entire bureau, and once again the efficiencies and economies of scale that come with that. But basically, everything that we, every resource that we have in Pinole, we'll have to. And yeah, that'll all be detailed out in the service plan. I guess that's the best way that I can answer it.
you. We've, up until now, I think there's been, or at least for this evening, there's this, the emphasis on the figures, right? And I understand that, we're talking about resources, I understand that. And I just wanted to, speak up for what that's operationally and really, on a service level. Because that's also what counts very significantly, among the public, the perception of safety, and not only the perception of safety, the entails to have that peace of mind and to have two tip stations open probably is going to increase that safety. But on a day-to-day basis, how does that manifest? How does that manifest? And that's what I would like to have the public come to appreciate. Sake of, again, educating us what a fire department do now, or better than there's a single station. I think that would answer a lot of what to have answers to. So it's more than just let's open a station. It's like, okay, so what does that mean? Now that we have another station open. And I say that also remembering that Supervisor Joya talked about the location of the station also being such that it would allow for responses beyond Pinole on the any potential fires that might result on the ridges that go into El Sobrante. So here again, we're talking about not only the results of service and enhanced services in Pinole, but surrounding neighborhoods, surrounding vicinities, which certainly geographically spread. So that's also what I'm thinking about, Chief Weinberg, and I'm asking about descriptive about what it is that the services will be.
Thank you. So, Councilmember Martinez-Urban, you provided comments and questions, correct? Because I'm going to come back with comments. I just want to clarify. It was comments and questions, correct?
Yes, I did. Thank you.
Okay, no problem. Excellent. And I think we'll just get also better training, Chief Wanku, by being combined with the county, because we will have access to training resources that we don't have as a city. We will also have access to equipment that the county will be able to provide us that we don't have the resources to get as a city, and we would have other additional resources that we don't have as a city.
That's absolutely correct. Bonfire has one of the most robust fire training facilities. They have, I believe it's 20 acres in Concord that is among the most robust in the state, if not in the United States. They have a very impressive cadre of training officers that are there full time, specifically to training. So yes, the entire the city will benefit by having the city.
And we'll have equipment such as a helicopter, I believe, that the county has, and we don't have at the city of Pinole.
They do have helicopter.
That'll be great additional equipment. Thank you. And as you said, 2 for the price of 1. If I heard you correctly. I will then move on to Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem Murphy. I guess we can combine question and comments, and Councilmember Martinez-Urban did so. Please go ahead with the questions and comments. I will start with the questions first, 1 question at a time, and then once we are done with the question at a time, then provide the comments. Please go ahead.
Great. Well, good evening. Thank you, Chief Brian Coop. Really appreciate this matter, so thank you. I have a couple of questions and perhaps some comments as well. Many of these questions are questions that folks in the public have asked me. So I'm hoping that this, hopefully this is informative for me as it is for them. You did mention LAFCO as another local authority. It doesn't seem like we have talked a lot about like, but they've been something that I've noticed in your presentation. They've been mentioned several times. So can you elaborate on their role in contractual development as well as, any decision-making powers, authority that they'll need to perhaps move forward or approve?
So yes, so ultimately, this contract would have to be approved by LAFCO. And they are just in the last, I think this is 2017, 2018, I believe the decision was first heard. They have come up with new requirements for the approval of contracts. It used to be back, like for instance, back in when Alameda County was expanding into the cities that I detailed earlier with Dublin and San Leandro and City and whatnot. It used to be kind of as simple as the two entities, the city and the county district, writing their own contract and coming to an agreement, and as long as they were all satisfied, then they signed a contract. I know that LAFCO in nation with labor at the state level, LAFCO's the Cal and the labor groups, as it had the fire labor groups, collaborated to make sure that there was more oversight over types of arrangements. And so that's where the requirement for an independent financial analyst had to came in. That's where there's an application process. There's an application itself that's very detailed that has to go to LAFCO. They have to consider it at their LAFCO hearings. So it's a much more detailed. So that's part of the timeline, is that we anticipate that LAFCO process. It's different. There was the one, the most recent one that we can recall is Butte County contracting with CAL FIRE. The city of Oroville contracting with CAL FIRE up in Butte County. And I think that approval process took something like 45 to 60 days. We've talked to the LAFCO director. We're kind of, as we start getting our drafts together and give those to council and for public review, we want to start feeding them some information as well, so that they get, once again, even though they're not finalized documents, so that there's not too many changes when the finalized documents come. So that, but their process usually takes somewhere between 30 and 60 days. So that's driving a lot of those a lot of those timelines, is that we need to get, if October we can get in a finalized contract, let's say, that's where I'm saying fall. If in October we can get a finalized contract with LAFCO, then hopefully by the end of the year, we can have LAFCO approval on that, and then we can, then after the first of the year.
So is it fair to say that LAFCO is another public agency that interested individuals or Pinole residents can also engage in this process with regards to opening Station 74?
Don't know the answer to that question. In other words, can citizens directly engage LAFCO is your question? I do not know. That might be a.
You can ask City Attorney Carter to help us on that question, if you don't mind.
Yeah, through the chair. So the LAFCO commission hearing where our application will be considered will be a open public meeting. So that will be available to the public. So the residents here in Pinole would have the opportunity to provide input on the contract when it comes to the city council, as well as at the LAFCO hearing. And just to provide a little bit of context for those who might be interested, LAFCO is responsible for reorganizations of governments, essentially. So we are kind of reorganizing our fire services with Con Fire. And so LAFCO has to approve those types of approvals. It's actually provided for in the government code. So it's government code section 5634. Chief Weincoop has done a great job describing the plan for service. The plan for service is identified in section E of that section of the government code. And there are 10 categories of information that has to be included in the plan for service. And the plan for service is part of our application that gets submitted to LAPCO. The independent financial analysis is covered in subsection F of that government code section 56134. And there's categories of information that has to be included in our independent financial analysis before we could even submit it to LAPCO for approval. So all of these things that we're talking about, the documents that are being drafted and the information that's being gathered, it's both for the benefit of the public and to promote transparency, but it's also a statutory requirement of us in order to go forward with this arrangement, because LAPCO has to approve it and they require all of this information from the city and the county as well.
Thank you, sir.
And thank you, City Attorney Casser, to my point that all the right people are addressing all the right questions. So, yeah, thank you, City Attorney Casser.
And I appreciate the collaboration. I wanted to uplift that because I feel that it's been mentioned several times, and I'm not too sure. Well, I've had questions from residents, but I'm also not too sure about how our timeline really fits into that. And I do know that we requested in the past for other projects, something like a Gantt chart or just a more public way, as well as even key terms. And I would, as a comment, I would highly recommend some. Do you love this kind of new, the fire department? Do you love this kind of what I'm seeing as a new trend in our city of using as a way to direct people directly to where they need to do? So something like station74countdown.com or countdown. Just wanted to recommend that as an opportunity in this moment. I've noticed we're doing it with the land use and housing element updates. Perhaps this is something that we can do for such a large conversation with so many different terms and so many different key stakeholders as a public. The other question I wanted to bring up, or it could just be a comment or suggestion as well, is you mentioned a number of community groups you've worked with as a way of outreach to kind of keep the updates going. You've come to several times and made updates. You've also gone into the community. I wanted to know how might some of like our tenant associations as well as our service groups be a part of this kind of mold of understanding this issue and engagement in it. And I guess it's more, maybe it's just a suggestion of like researching those kind of groups in our city to figure out how might we kind of like give them these updates on timeline and council meetings. I do know there's a lot of people who are very engaged in this issue. Just being in the community, I don't think people understand the multitude of different issues that come into it. So I think I value kind of the conversations in a way, not to exclude anybody, but to provide more of a formality of like of people understanding and spending time with you more. So I would also think like part of that, I don't know. How many people we're reaching out to? Who are we talking to? Again, who are the kind of community interests that we need to talk to and engage with as we open up the center or the station? Definitely very grateful to our city's, to our residents as well as Contra Costa County residents who stepped up and supported Measure X. I also still wanted to know where there are we still or program assistance sources for the opening of Station 74 or our fire safety program overall.
Not at this time. The assumption, and once again, this will play out as the numbers play, as the numbers reveal themselves. But the assumption is that that $2 million subsidy will be enough combined with, the amount that's similar to our budget. Yeah, once again, as you said, as we talked about earlier too, one of the wild card questions is, what is that escalator going to be on Measure X year over year? That needs to be declared, but we're hoping that it will be in line with normal costing. And that's not just for fire service, that's for all recipients of Measure X. Right? Everybody needs to know what they can count on in subsequent years.
Just a suggestion as a contingency plan is, it would be, I think, of probably high need and also hopefully high success in this moment as safety program to opt to pursue opportunities maybe with the National Volunteer Fire or the National Fire Volunteer Council or maybe even this U.S. Fire Service. I'm not too sure what those sources are, but I guess one of my personal fears is the great challenge of competing priorities. Understanding right now, it seems like Measure X already in the recommendations of the advisory council it had, versus the decision point about what the Board of Supervisors spent their money on. It seems like there's a lot of competing priorities. And perhaps like 20, not now, we may have the 2 million, great. 5 years from now, 10 years from now, I would hate to see that our funding is threatened or that Measure X funding is threatened by probably equally important priorities, and our city doesn't get to fulfill its promise. And so I really would urge us, Chief Ryan Kubek, the city manager, gang, how might we create opportunities to provide more program assistance? Even if that's for additional staffing on behalf of grant. Just don't want to miss the mark on funding opportunities, particularly right now that I'm seeing and that are being thrown out, just because we have this Measure X funding. And just my last point, and this was just for clarity, given that we've had these station, I know it's active in the sense that the lights are on and things like that, but I wasn't too sure about how much capital improvements and investments we'll need to do there. So my a quick question was, and I don't know, Chief Ryan, if you can answer this, or should it go to our city engineer? But in the city, in our capital improvement plan, we have us of public buildings. I wasn't too sure, and I may have asked this, but I just want a clarification if Station 74 was included in that energy audit. And that's the first question. But to that is, are there any capital improvements that we foresee of years needing to be done to Station 74?
So Chief Brochard and I did a walkthrough of Station 74 about 2 weeks ago, and concluded that there are some upgrades because it hasn't been occupied by full fire staffs for quite some time. And but initially it's really paint and carpets and some new appliances and things like that. So there will be some initial investment that needs to be made. But all in all, it's a fairly new building. So type of issues with it that would have to be addressed. So we're talking about, and I'm just gonna in the up. I did ask for and get approved. Thank you, by the way, for $50,000 to get everything back up to snuff, so that fire crews can operate efficiently and effectively out of there. But other than that, the building seems to be in pretty good shape, and the facelift and like I say, paint, carpet, and things like that.
That's encouraging to hear. And just a quick question, I don't know if our public works team can answer that, but is the Station 74 part of that energy audit as well for the capital improvement plan?
Don't know the answer to that question, but I can check with public works and get the answer to that for you.
answering our questions, and Mayor Salini, thank you for the time on.
You're welcome, Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you for your questions. Then I will turn it to Councilmember Tay for questions. One at a time in comments, please. So I'll keep it brief. I just want to thank the citizens of Pinole for support and the county for supporting Measure X. I think that, we've come a long way from where we were. I mean, we were writing I think it was a fentanyl narcotics that we use on service calls in a ledger by hand. We were severely understaffed. I mean, there was a lot of problems that we were facing. And Chief, to your credit, a lot of that turned around because of your leadership. So I just want to say thank you. It really shows that we have the professionals in the room, right? And where we need to go. I just want to also thank the community for weighing in. This issue has been around. I mean, we started with polling. We started with a report. We started with, really just ground zero on this issue to help bring this forward to this point now. And it's been a lot of work from a lot of people. And I just want to say, everybody, just take a moment to just, kind of step back and say, wow, right, we're here. I just want to encourage everybody to let the professionals continue this contract. There's still a lot of things up in the air, right? There's a lot of things that need to get pinned down, and everyone's eager to get a lot of information pinned down as quickly as possible, right? But I just want to say that, let's let our professionals do their job. When we get the contract, that's when we'll be able to really dive into, is it this or that? But I just want to say this meeting has been extremely helpful to seeing what pieces of the puzzle need to be on the table. And Chief, I want to thank you for taking that in and bringing that to the contract table for discussion. That's great. And I know the city manager and everybody involved. We've been through a lot. We've been through a refinery blowing up. We've been through a fire that jumped over the strait and us not being able to get out of the town. We dealt with the 2007 emergency operations plan. It's still in the work to get redone. I mean, we have a lot of work ahead of us. We have a lot that's behind us. But there's no, I'm sorry. And the pandemic on top of it, right? I mean, the tsunami, right? Pretty much every natural disaster you can think of, and Chief, it's been a lot for a small town, right? And so, but we're here, and we have some significant gains, and I just want to say that's something that, wow, we should really be proud of what we got here, right? And getting through this. And it's just, I'm really anxious to see this thing form up. Really see what these numbers kind of settle in at. And so that discussion, I'm looking forward to have, at a later date when we're able to bring that back. I think I don't want to repeat too much, but just want to reemphasize the timeline, just getting an understanding to the public when they can see this contract, when we can actually start diving into the details and making sure that it's as public as possible. And that we have this forum for everybody to have an admin captain, we have a fire prevention captain. I mean, we've slowly gotten to a place where I think we can be comfortable with our fire service, but this extra step is really going to add that synergy for the region. So I'm really looking forward to that, and I think we should all be proud of where we are and look forward to moving it forward. So.
Thank you, sir. Councilmember Thomas, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you. I wanted to thank staff, Chief Weincoop, for putting this report together tonight and for all the work that you've done to get us this far. I want this contract to be successful. So I think that, being upfront and answering these questions now rather than, 7 years from now, if we're risking an escalation in costs that we cannot handle. That's why, we do need to look at the numbers now and sort those out. So my first question is going to be, is Pinole the primary responding agency for Terra Hills, Montalban, and Bayview?
Yes.
Okay, so bringing that up, Could you, in your meetings tomorrow or, you know, your weekly meetings in the future, kind of bring up that issue that those communities are being taxed by Con Fire, but they're being serviced by Pinole. And I think that we need to have, you know, the Stone Municipal Group needs to quantify what that tax amount is so that we can kind of get credit for it. We used to get a reimbursement, an annual reimbursement, and that dropped off years ago. So that would be my request that, you know, you kind of highlight that, you know, when you meet tomorrow or, you know, in your weekly meetings. The second thing that I'd be interested in knowing is on the contract term and the budget, you know, there's going to be some cost escalations. How far in advance can we know, you know, what our budget number is going to be? I don't think you have to answer that now, but that's going to be important for us because, you know, we need to plan ahead of time. We need to know if the escalation that's going to be borne by the city is going to be at the same escalation rate that Measure X might continue to, you know, bring to the table. And, you know, that's going to be important in case, you know, worst case scenario is that we would have to opt out. And opting out would mean that we would have to rebuild our own, you know, our fire department again. So I want to avoid that and bring a lot of success to this contract. So those are some things that I, you know, if you haven't brought those to the table.
I'm sorry, what was the second item?
The second one was how much, how far in advance are we going to know, you know, what our budget needs to be? And would the escalation amount that the city would be charged, would that also, that escalation amount for the contribution for Measure X be the same? You know, would it be pro rata amount? And then I would also be interested, and I bet the senior deputy county administrator can probably tell you this, but I'd be interested in the $15 million that the tax revenue brought in by East Contra Costa Fire Protection District. I'm wondering what the population there represents, because, you know, I think that would help us compare apples to apples. And I bring that up because I think, you know, after 20 years, I think that in this interim time, we need to have annexation on the table. You know, at least have that discussion, and that might help inform us. And then the last item, I wanted to just mention to the public that LAFCO meets on the second Wednesday of the month. I have some homework that I'm giving myself, and that's to look at the reports for the annexation for East County, just to kind of help educate myself. And I would, you know, suggest that members of the council or the public might do the same to help, you know, help inform our discussion that we're going to have in August. And then the other item I wanted to just alert folks of is that Con Fire Board of Directors meets monthly, and the next one is next week, July 12th. It's usually after the Board of Supervisors meeting. And I have actually heard updates on this very proposal at those meetings. So that would be July 12th, August 9th. The agenda's not out yet, but that would be, you know, a useful thing to help bring us up to speed in case it is on the agenda. And those are the only comments / questions that I have.
Chief, one quick thank you. I think the first question and comment you had was what it did about the portion that the city is serving external cities,
Right.
and then how much of it we are getting, correct?
Yeah, for Terra Hills, Montalban, and Bayview. Those are a portion of their property tax goes to Con Fire. Except if we're the first ones to service those areas, I would like to see us get credit. Somehow, when the Stone Municipal Group is doing the numbers, I'd like to see that number in there.
You're asking a credit on a financial report as of 10th right now,
I would,
not if you were to move forward with the opening of station 74 on there.
no,
on fire.
all of the numbers, Stone Financial, Stone Municipal Group is doing the numbers. I would like to have that number included in their report. So if the chief can bring that up as a request from the council of having that number identified, because I think that helps. It helps our case and when we're doing the budgets.
Understood. I have that down in my notes for the meeting.
Great, thank you.
A quick question, are we actually getting money yearly for those years?
We used to, we don't any longer, as I understand, and perhaps the chief might be able to confirm that.
That is my understanding as well.
And when was the last time we get money for it?
I would say maybe about 2010, 2011.
Do you remember roughly how much that represented roughly?
No, I couldn't give you a good number.
That's a good question, but however, this is, I would like the council to be a little bit cautious here. We are about to negotiate and we have the opportunity of getting a great offer that was provided through Measure X and, you know, the county and a group of 7 different group of people, including lawyers and county, and we are technically getting a potential of $2 million per year, and I don't want to potentially come and ask them and irritate them with doing the negotiation with the question about we might be getting $2 million per year, but by the way, you could have given us an extra 10,000, or I don't know what numbers.
For them to give us money for it. I would like to have it recognized
Yes.
that we are serving an area for which we are not getting reimbursed.
At this moment, however, if we were
It's
to
something
move,
that, it's not all
yes,
on fire doing us a favor, we're also
yes,
doing a favor to residents within their district.
that is correct. Even they stopped in 2010. I'm trying to be, I understand, that's a great question. I'm not arguing with the question you're asking. It's just, I'm trying to be sensitive here during negotiation by us getting $2 million per year potentially and coming back about what have happened in the past and what has the past should have been different is something that cannot change right now. But what I can focus on is trying to not irritate people and trying to make them work together so that we get to be successful on the negotiation and getting that $2 million. I don't want what have happened in the past to impact this negotiation. That's how I feel. I don't want to go on this middle and negotiate with people and irritate people during negotiation.
No, and that's not my
Yes,
intention.
okay.
My intention is to say that we're bringing something to the table also.
Okay, I understand you. Okay, thank you for the point of clarification. And so that if we were to ask a question, Chief, can you please clarify that we are not trying to irritate anybody, we are just asking the question. And at the same time, we are very appreciative of the opportunity that the county is providing us.
Understood. Understood.
Perfect. Thank you, Councilmember Thompson. Thank you for that
That's all I have.
conversation. Yes. Councilmember Martinez, when I see your hand raised, please go ahead.
Yeah, I was trying to lower it. There it goes, just lower. it. Yeah, I wouldn't be worried about irritating. I wouldn't be worried about irritating someone. I mean, this is a group of grown-ups used to discussing finer points. Time is money. Human resources cost, services cost. It's a reasonable question to ask. So I think Chief went for this.
I think we are getting more per year than we would have gotten previous year if we were to get the money. I don't think the city of Pinole was providing $2 million worth of services per year since 2010. I think the numbers would be exponentially in favor of what we're getting right now. And, you know, go ahead, Councilmember.
I'm glad to ask the question for a council, for accounting purposes.
Yeah, I think what we're looking at is data points, right? We're looking at a simple data point of what does that equate to? And again, we gotta leave that to our professionals to interpret whether, how hard to push a $3,000 item versus the 2 million. And I
Yes.
trust their ability to do it. I would just say that again, we have to let them, approach them with these data points. The chief, our city manager and team will compile that into a contract. I think Councilmember Tom's point is correct. Because we did have this discussion a while back about when we were doing the report as to what it looks like when Battalion 7 agreement has us going into other areas of jurisdiction. That's fine. I think we understand that. We're now at a point where we're at the table having the negotiations. I think that just simply putting that data point out there is important, but let's let the team develop what they want to do with it. And that goes for all these data points that we have out there and additional information that comes to the table. Again, there's a lot of pieces of the puzzle here, and one may be more valuable than the other. I just want to caution the council, let's not have a discussion about value of these data points. Let's let the team do that.
Okay, perfect. And another comment was related to a discussion related to annexation. Is that correct, Councilmember Thomas?
Right, if we can, for long term, take a look and see what annexation looks like. Because if this all ends in 20 years, we're gonna be right where we are now.
You're talking about annexation as part of the negotiation now? You're
Not
talking about
for
the-
now,
okay.
I'm talking about, in the next, say 1 to 10 years, we might wanna not hang up the idea of annexation.
In terms of exit strategy, if things were not to work out, that what you're telling us? Okay,
Yeah. Okay, I think that's one of many off ramps that we need to have on the table. Again, we don't want to put one before the other. We don't know what's gonna happen 5 to 10 years from now. But I think that it's good that we're putting that out there. I think it's been out there for quite some time. But I just don't want us to commit to one or to even lead anybody in that direction. I think that the chief understands that that's an option.
yes,
Let's let that option develop within the contract negotiation. We'll get a
Yeah.
draft back,
yes.
at which point we could start to discuss what's important and which one's not. I just don't want us to interrupt the good work that's been going on and disrupt that work at all.
Yes, I agree with you. Let the interested party to talk and move forward, and then we can bring that up just instead of as part of the exit strategy. I think thank you, and it was a great conversation, Councilmember Thompson, clarification. Thank you. I do not have any questions. I don't see if any other council members have comments. But again, I would like to thank all those interesting party and everybody who has worked for so many years, including Ms. Alegria and the Chief Winsfeld and Chief Wankub and all the city attorneys and all the council members and all the members of the community. And I would like to thank him again for this great conversation, and we look forward in discussing more, and hopefully we can negotiate and move forward and have this session 74 open, the negotiation done in fall of this year and year opening next year. But it's a great step forward. And to be honest with you, if 4 years, even 2 years ago, right after COVID started, if somebody would have told me that would have had that opportunity today to discuss about it, I would not have believed it. But this is a great opportunity, and like former council member and former mayor Alegria stated, everything happened for a reason. All good, you have to be patient, and all good things that happen. Thank you again. And I will close that item, and I will move on to the next item. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, everybody. That concludes item number 11A. I will then move on to the next item on the agenda, which is new business. I do not see any new business. I would then move on to item number 13, which is citizen to be heard. Madam City Clerk, do you have any citizen who wish to talk tonight who has not spoken previously?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Irma Rupert.
You're loud and clear.
Ask the broadcast team to promote this report.
Mayor?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Really quick, Mayor, I was at the I asked a question at the last council meeting, and, it was on the consent calendar 9B, the CIP. My question was, why was the Berea project put on the funded list for this year of $420,000? It was removed from last year's, last place on unfunded and unprogrammed projects. Why is this a priority item this year? According to CIP, in order to move up an item unfunded, you have to remove one that is funded. What was removed, why, and by whom? I didn't get an answer at the last council meeting. I sent an email, and I do want an answer, Mayor. I sent you, the city manager and city clerk, and I know a couple of you were out, so I do appreciate it that I was told you were out. But at the same time, I do want an answer. We're talking about funding right now. Everything that we can save for the future. Obviously, we're gonna have some expenditures, unexpected. And to me, this was not something that was discussed thoroughly through the public. It was discussed a lot last year. So my question is, what was removed that this place, the Berea House, a building that's vacant for so many years, a promise to be made, and all I'm saying is, what was removed? And let's get to the bottom of this. I don't get it. We have a lot of talk about the CIP, and it was established. This $420,000 was in last place. Okay, so Mayor, I do want an answer. Thank you.
Thank you. I did talk to city staff earlier today, and I asked if all the questions were answered. And I've been told yes, but I do apologize if that question hasn't been answered yet. I will reach out to city staff and ask them to please address that question to you. And again, we'll be getting the funds for the CIP and looking at how much money do we
Mayor?
need for the CIP. And I think we're talking about around
Mayor?
50 to $100 million. Please go ahead.
Mayor?
Go ahead.
Yeah, really quick. I do want this publicly put on the record and spoken about in the next council meeting. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am, we will make that request. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Any other public comments, please?
Just taking one last look. It doesn't look like there are any more hands. So that concludes public comments. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. That concludes public comment. I will then move on to item number 14, which is the adjournment to the special city council meeting of July 12, 2022, in remembrance of Nick Norton and Amber Schwartz. Thank you very much, and I will see you soon. Good night.